Well, hello folks, and welcome to this live coding stream with me, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire. Now, just to let you know, this is not a tutorial. It's not a tutorial. So you're going to see me make loads of mistakes and everything. This is real web development. And today I'm going to be continuing working on the documentation for the Trongate website. I had been doing some work on this yesterday and it went okay, but I haven't quite finished the thing and there was a few little parts I wanted to get done. And as I was saying yesterday, one of the problems with documentation is that you have to explain all of these functions and stuff. And how do you do that, you know? Like if you're going to describe, let's say, form validation, it's very difficult to write in a way that flows if you have to constantly interrupt the flow by babbling on about what the post function does. Do you know what I mean? Or the post method even. So the idea was, wouldn't it be nice if we could have these things in the documentation whereby when something gets introduced, you can click on it and then there's going to be a pop-up window that appears that explains precisely how the function works, and it will tell you what the thing expects, what it returns, and all of that stuff. I think that would be really, really good for the documentation, and that is what I'm going to try and build here. Now, Coco is on the prowl. Coco's my cat, and she's been pacing up and down all morning. I don't know why. It's one of these things. Do you want to go out? Do you want to eat? And she doesn't know, but hopefully I won't have to get too sidetracked by that, but I'll apologise in advance if I have to vanish for a minute or two, you know. Okay, so that's pretty much it. It's that. Is this? I think this is May the 4th. It's Star Wars Day. Do we still care about Star Wars, folks? Does anyone care about Star Wars? Well, maybe not. Anyway, let's get going. And actually, as I was checking my watch there, I don't do wristwatch checks usually, but I might as well here. Just a little citizen, and I've started wearing these watches that tell me the day, literally, you know. So I had one yesterday, and it's another one today, and you can see it, the 3 o'clock position there. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, come on. There you go, Saturday, you see. And this thing is solar powered. It's an absolute beaut, and I really like it. Not very expensive. I mean, you do realise that the way that I dress is not expensive at all. I'm probably one of the most cheaply dressed people here. I make no secret of it, but you can still dress nicely without spending a fortune, right? Okay, so that's that, and I'll stick a few sounds on and then we'll begin. All right, so I'll have a little bit of just a little bit of background music. Okay, folks, I'm just getting started here. And here we go. So I'll start up with or by getting XAMPP up and running here. Okay, so here's our documentation, and you can see that I've now got the next and previous buttons working just fine. Yesterday I had a couple of challenges with it, but I stayed back a bit longer and managed to get it all working. So the thing that I'm really wanting to do now, well, there's two parts. There's going to be breadcrumbs at the top of this page, and there's also going to be our little code things that we click on. You can see the table of contents is looking really good. We're going to be building our reference guide as well, remember? It's all pretty cool actually. So to kick this one off, what will we do first? I think I'm going to do the difficult stuff first. So the difficult stuff would be something like the following. So when I introduce a method, say view, I want this to happen, you know? And I'm actually surprised that that worked. How did that work? Well, let's have a look. Just make sure my levels are okay. Alright, so if I go to controllers, oh pardon me, it was views, wasn't it? So views, basic view file usage. And the part that I was looking at was, I see. Okay, so this is calling init open info, and it's passing in an HTML file. Now, let me look at this JavaScript here. So it's passing in a location of a file, and this thing is then sending a request. It's actually sending a request to that thing, and then it's copying with the response. I have to think about security for a minute. How do I feel about that? How do we feel about that? I was thinking it's not secure, but it might be. Well, let's try an experiment. Supposing right, here's a config.php file. Okay. Now I'm going to go to this basic view file usage again. Right, there's the thing. So supposing we said Trongate docs, and instead of all of this stuff, suppose we said config.php. So I'm going to just refresh, click, and it gives us emptiness. So that's fine. And all it's really doing is just a GET request to one of those endpoints. And if it's HTML, it's just shown us the response, which is fine. It's the same as doing this. It's exactly the same as doing that. My judgment is that this is not a security alert. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do a site-wide search for function ref. Or maybe I should call it function info. Or feature ref, or feature info, that might be good. Feature. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'll have it so that at the top of this page, I will say, this is a test sentence, and let's get some information about, I'm going to say span, and I'm just going to say feature info, and then I'm going to put in the name of something like, let me think of a feature. let's go with make rand str, okay? So make rand, there it is right there. Okay. So, big deal. Well, if we go to the top, there's nothing much happening. It says get some info about make rand str, and as you can see, it's very boring and hardly worth writing home about. But let's see if we can get some JavaScript doing something interesting. When the page loads, or maybe even before it's finished loading, let's build feature Am I going to call it feature ref or feature info? I'll call it feature ref. So build feature refs. There you go. So we'll head upstairs and we'll go like this. So this is going to say const feature refs is document query selector all, and I'm looking for all things with a class of feature ref. Now if I do a little console.log on feature refs.length, it's gonna hopefully give us a number 1. There it is on the bottom left. So the next thing that we're gonna do is a little for each loop. So we're saying feature refs for each of them as, now let's just call it feature ref element. That's pretty much what it is. So now we're console.log in the outer HTML, and there it is. Good. Pardon me. Now, the next thing we'll do is we'll say const ref name is going to be feature ref element inner HTML, and we'll do a little console.log, shall we? So you can see that this is called make rand string. So what I want it to do is figure out how make rand string works, then surround this by a little magic link thing that makes it so you can click on it, and then there's going to be a pop-up window and it's going to tell you how make rand string works. So how do we do that? Well, the key is to look at what happened yesterday. I did a lot of work on this docs class here, and what docs class does is, this is obviously a PHP class, and this is the main thing. Actually, I'll put this at the top. Alright. So this is the crux of it. When the page loads, it scans all of the directories, and it's going to return an array that contains the table of contents, it's going to return the view files, feature refs, there we go, and homepage. I don't know what that is. Okay, so it's going to return a bunch of information. Now when you go to this documentation, everything is going to be getting redirected to index.php here. So this is going to load up our docs thing, and it's going to establish the table of contents. If I do the following, for each, oops, for each let's call it docs contents table of contents as chapter. We should be able to look through the different chapters here. Alright, hold on. Ah, okay, so what it is, this is an array, this is an object, not an array. Alright, so you can see it's looping through all of the chapters and it's saying, okay, that's kind of cool, right? So let's now say, as well, let's remind ourselves what we've got. Yeah, feature refs, that's what we want, okay? So I'm going to say JSON docs contents feature refs. This is going to show me. Now what this has done is the docs class that I made yesterday scans the directories and it reads all of these pages that make up the documentation. These are just HTML. And then as it looks inside the last directory, comprehensive reference guide, it looks for these things here that describe how functions and methods work. And then it's returning that as this array by the name of feature refs. And as you can see, we've got a name, then we've got a view file, and a page URL. So, what now? What now? Well, maybe a little reminder of how this thing worked a minute ago. So when we're clicking that, what is it actually doing? Right, it's giving us the sort of real file path here. Interesting. Now, something else I want to look at. This is something that I got from ChatGPT. I'm not entirely familiar with it, and I'd like to just confirm what it means. Can you tell me what separator represents? I think I know, but I want to be absolutely sure. Good. Alright, so in that case, I think we've started to get an idea of how this is going to work. If I take us back to the index here, and once again, we'll just have a little reminder of what these feature refs look like. Here they are here. So, what I think I'm going to do is let me think here. Yeah, what I've done here is I've tidied up the URL and I've tried my best to make it look like a decent URL with no numbers, all lowercase, hyphens and all of that stuff. That is actually a feature that I don't need for this. So I'm going to go back into that part. And here we are here. Now, fetch HTML files. I'm going to just echo directory path die statement. So this takes in, funnily enough, a directory path where these files live. So it's looping through them. And then, what are we doing next? Right, we're building a label. Give me a minute. Okay, I want to see what this file relative path is. Okay. Right, I'm gonna just do some stupid and unnecessary stuff here. Let's imagine that this is a backslash. It's possible, you know? So that does indeed now have a backslash. It's kind of cool how that just flips automatically. Okay, cool. I was worried about how PHP might handle that. And I was wondering if it was worth saying file path is string replace. And do you remember this thing I was talking about? I don't think we even need this actually, but I'll chuck it in anyway. Alright, so I was just making that a little asterisk so I could see the thing working. And again, I don't even think that we need it. But there we go. And in fact, oops. Alright, so we'll chuck in this. Hang on. I think it goes here. Wait, one moment. Okay, it's actually... it's here. So it's file relative path is string replace, and I'll replace this thing. I don't think it's even needed. This could be a completely unnecessary line of code. That's cool. It doesn't do any harm, you know. Right, so there we go, and what we're going to do then is right, if we comment out these two lines, and suppose we say right, now it's given us a sort of... one moment. Funny how... I don't know why that's not causing an error. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we're looking for a file URL path. I'm going to just say file URL path is file relative path. Okay, so this is giving us these full, accurate and complete page URLs. So what I want to do is, if we're talking about the last chapter, then we're just going to use this here, because we need to get the precise URL location with numbers and everything. But if we're talking about an ordinary docs URL, then I'm happy to do this, which is going to make the URL nice, you know. Now, let's have a look. Okay, there's a config folder in here, and I added in a thing called reference dir. At the time I thought this was a stupid idea, but it's turned out to be quite a good idea, because I can access this right here, anywhere actually, and then, because I now know what the reference directory is, I can then say if the string position, and we're going to look inside file relative path, if it contains that thing, so if that does not equal false, then we're going to make the URL nice, like this. Otherwise, we're not going to make the URL nice. Okay. So, there we go. And what has just been achieved by all of that stuff Well, if I comment this out, page loads, no big deal. But if I bring it back, you can see that we've now got these hold on. It never worked. Well, let me try again. Let me echo file URL path. There it is there. Okay, so allow me to just write page URL. Then I'm gonna write it here. So format page URL is the thing that's kind of causing a whole bunch of problems for us. So let's look at the logic here. We've got file URL path. Now what is this doing? Alright, let's just do this. Let's just do this. All right. Well, I must confess, I don't quite get that. I don't get that at all. Jiminy. Right, echo page URL die statement. So if the file relative, let me just check this. So echo file relative path is that. Let's echo the ref directory. So comprehensive reference guide. So we're saying if we, oh, hang on, that should be an, there's the mistake. I've got it. So that's calling a module from another controller and all of that stuff. Oh, you miserable swine. I think we've got it. Okay, so back to the page. Right, now you can see this is exactly what I wanted. Now it's given us a meaningful page URL. And just to prove that this is good, I'm going to say page URL die statement. And if I go to that URL, I can see information about the thing. That is perfect. All right. So that's it. Loving it. So what does this mean? Well, I'm gonna prepare an array of existing feature refs. Okay, so I'm gonna say existing feature. Now, so these are feature references that exist within the documentation, you know. So existing feature refs, I like to do it this way. We'll start by initializing an array, and then I'm going to say for each docs contents loading up feature refs as, now let's just say existing feature ref, we'll call it that. We can of course JSON that feature ref and it shows us exactly what we get. And so what I'm going to do is I'll say if not is set existing feature refs with a key of existing feature refs view file path, then you get the idea, right? So we actually want the page URL. So we're going to say okay, so you see these keys here. Let's say existing feature ref key. Let's just make sure we've got that. There you go. So we've now got our existing, I'll call it feature ref key. And if not is set, a thing with so if we don't have this, then existing feature refs with that key is going to equal existing feature ref page URL. Alright. So with a little bit of luck, hopefully I've now prepared a meaningful JSON existing feature refs like this, and that can now be passed into the view file. And if we var dump existing feature refs, feature ref key, that's a string. If we say for each existing feature refs as that, I'm going to var dump yeah, so it's an array of strings basically, that's all it is. Okay, good. So now that we've done that, I'm going to just say data existing feature refs is existing feature refs. So this is all of the references to do with this framework now getting passed into this data array. So that in turn is going to get passed into docs templates. That's our docs template. That's our template page here. And at the bottom of this page, you can see I've got a base URL thing here being set. If I go alert base URL, we should see a URL. There it is. So we're going to say const existing feature refs equals, then I'm going to break into PHP and echo JSON encode existing feature refs and then close it off. Now let's just look at the source code. So do you see how it says existing feature refs and it's got this here? Look, all of our feature refs are now listed. And that is awesome. So, just out of curiosity, type of existing feature refs. An object. I wanted that to be an array. That kind of annoys me. I don't know why. Perhaps I can say array. Oh well. Doesn't matter, I suppose. Let's not get caught up in that kind of thing. In any event, we're looking kind of good. Having said that, if I really wanted an array, I could get one and manually do a for each loop. That might be a bit amateurish though. Okay, another thing that I'm going to do though is I'm going to say feature ref URL is string replace. I'm going to replace the base URL with emptiness. And so this is going to be feature ref URL. So if I look at the source code now, just reduce the size of it a little bit, you know. In fact, I could go even further. I could definitely go further. I could say feature ref URL is string replace. Let's take that reference directory, replace it with emptiness on the feature ref URL. Alright, that's pretty cool. Now, just to show you this thing, what it's given us. It's something like that, you know? And I think that's excellent. So looking at our source code, and we like to have nice source code, you can see that it's given us the paths that give us information about each of these features here. I'm anticipating that there'll be about 100 of these by the time this framework documentation's done, but that'll work just fine. I've seen pages for the motor industry where they've had like every make and model in here like this. The First Vehicle Leasing site does that, or it did, and it loaded just fine, you know. So that'll be cool. So, what now, I hear you say? Well, let's go back to this thing here. We'll head into our basic view file usage thing. And you can see that it's looking for those things that we made. Remember all of this stuff? It's looking for that. But I want to just make sure that it's still got existing feature refs available. And it has, so that is excellent, okay? Now, I'm probably going to have to call upon the Employee of the Month here. I have an array, no, I have a variable called, this is why I was annoyed about it being an object. I wanted to loop through it as an array, but I can't remember the, is it object.map or entities? I can't even remember. That contains an assortment of key value pairs. Okay. Can you write a JavaScript function for me that accepts a ref name variable and that returns the value that corresponds to the ref name based on the contents of existing feature refs. For example, if the argument is passed into the function, then the function should return a value of, so a value of that. If a matching value cannot be found, the function should return a boolean of false. Below is a sample of some code that is taken from my web page. Right, hopefully that'll get the thing figuring this out. Alright, simple as that. Who would have thought? So we'll go back to docs.js. I don't even think it needs. Yeah, so let's just say as we loop through these things, I'm going to say const feature ref URL is that, and let's just console.log the feature ref URL. So there you go, it's given us the feature ref URL that relates to make rand str, and that is perfect. If we had put in an invalid feature ref, let's imagine we get a sentence like this, and we'll put in an X here. So then it gives us false, you see. So let's go a bit crazy and we'll do another. Let's do URL title. And you can see that it's figuring out where the files are that relate to these features, you know. So we go back into our JS. I mean, I've nailed this. This is now going to be totally cool. We're going to say if feature ref URL is false. Okay, so what we're going to do in this instance is we're going to take our feature ref element. Now for the moment I'm just going to say .style.background color is red. I'll make it do something better in a minute. But you see how it's made it red? So it knows that this does not exist within our reference guide. But if it does exist, well, this is where it gets kind of cool. So here's what we're going to do. Do you remember how this one works? And it does this init open info. Right. So we're going to say feature ref element, add event listener, click. When we click, let me just test this. So if I click, there you go, see how it says click? So if we click, we are going to say init open info, I think that's what it was. I think it was. And we're passing in the ref name. So if I click, maybe not the ref name, pardon me, it's the feature ref URL. Here we go. You miserable thing. Right, inspect. Init open info. Oh, of course, we need to put in the full URL. Right, gotcha. We need to build up the full URL. So I'm going to just say so console.log feature ref URL. So I'm clicking it. And you can see it's doing that right now. All we have to do is we're going to say full feature ref URL is base URL. Adding on, now I'm going to just put an X here for the moment. I'll explain that in just a minute. But if I do that, and then console.log full feature ref URL, comment this out. So now when I'm clicking, it's given us this full URL here. So the next thing I'm going to do is head to docs templates again. And I'm going to say const. Now remember that inside config, we've got a thing called ref dir. So let's say ref dir equals, there we go. So now that is going to be available inside app.js. So we go like that. I think I need a / here. So docs complete reference. That's perfect. So now we're going to init open info and pass in the full feature ref URL. Like so. And there it is. So there's make run string. And there's URL title. It totally works. Loving it. So now we are going to do some really cool stuff. Let's head to the CSS. And we're going to go feature ref, background color yellow. Okay, so that has given these things a yellow background color. Now, let's go back to the JS thing. Do you remember how we said when we don't find it, we make the thing go red? Let's change that. Let's make it so that it's going to say dot class list dot remove feature ref. So when it doesn't find it, it just removes that class list. The next thing it's going to do though is it's going to say feature ref element dot style dot font weight is bold. So at least we've made it bold, right? It's a reasonable thing to do. Yeah. So if you think of the way that this worked here, this is basically just bold. See? With a little fake link thing going on. We won't be needing that, but that's what we're going to do. If we cannot find it, it goes bold. But if it can find the thing, well, let's think about what we can do. We can add in a cursor of pointer, so when people hover over it, it changes to a little pointer. We can also make the font weight go bold. Gonna temporarily get rid of that yellow thing. Perhaps we could say feature ref element, class list, add, fake link. Do you see what I mean? Maybe. Funnily enough though, that doesn't shout out to me that that thing is doing the super cool stuff that it's doing, so let's see, we'll bring back the yellow again. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I'll add a little padding left. Border 1 pix. Maybe. Maybe that could be cool. Yeah, I think that could be cool. The yellow colour's rubbish though, so let's see if we can get the yellow colour looking decent. So I'm going to say var primary, and rather than just guessing colours in a willy-nilly sort of a way, I'm going to take a wee trip to colours on the web wizard. And yes, the perfectionism knows no limits. That could be good. Yeah, that will be great. So then I'm going to introduce a little bit of opacity. Oh, maybe it won't look too good. Let's try this yellowy colour. Okay, and I'll water it down again. Nah, it's not happening. It's just not happening. Alright. Funny how all of my colours on the web stuff led nowhere. I'll just do that, and then we'll make this could do that. Looks a wee bit like a button though, doesn't it? I suppose it is. I kinda like that. I don't think the background colour's helping though. So we now get that. But when we hover, alright. I'm going to take out this adding in a class of fake link. Aha, now that's kind of cool. That's good. That was a happy little accident. That's excellent. So now let's make it so that when we hover over it, the background colour goes like that. Nah, it doesn't quite work, does it not? Alright, a little transition. I think that's it. So let's do a real example. If we look at our page here, so what we would do is we would say span feature ref, and then it would be something like that. And if you scroll, do you see how it says named? And then we've got this. Alright. Well, can't stay for too long. Simon is here. How are you doing, Simon? It's nice to see you. Thank you, Simon. And Stefan is here. Are you folks still in at all? Because I wanted to ask you something. Alright. I'll ask you anyway. I don't want to get too many bells and whistles and buttons everywhere, but I do want some indication that there's something going on, you know, and that you can click these and get these beautiful little pop-ups. A lot of work's gone into this, and I just think it would be nice to let people know, right? So the question I had was, what should we do when these are available? I mean, here I've got a little pseudo button thing, but I don't think it looks too good. So maybe we can consider a couple of options here. Option 1. What do you think of this? So that would be... Now let me get this right. It would be span. You'd say feature ref, and then you'd say URL title. So that would be one option. Option 2 would be something like that, where we just do a sort of just an ordinary link, you know. And option 3 would be probably like a little button with geez, it looks like a snooker ball or something, doesn't it? Okay, so something like that. I don't even know. It's one of these things, the more I work on it, the worse it looks. The wee square thing was actually better, wasn't it? I think I've answered my own question. I think that these little info things are good. And then if I just say FA. Oh, good. Yeah, I like that. That looks better. So okay, I'm going to put it to the vote and let me know what you think. There's only 3 people in the room, but that's okay. Your vote counts more than ever. What's the best way to indicate that more info about a function is available by clicking? So we'll just go with option 1, option 2, and option 3. And I'll do a little poll. You see, folks, this is the place where you get to shape the future of web development. So here's the different options. That one's just a sort of link. This one's a little button. There you go. I am going to wait 1 minute. I know which one I'm preferring, just so you know. I like the little button. Alright, we'll wait another 30 seconds. So we've got that, and then we've got this. I just think that this third one's things that people would spot easily and they'd say, oh, I can click this and get more info. Do you know what I mean? I hope you agree. You don't agree? Well, the thing about the fake link, which is kind of a cool option as well, I can see that's doing well, is that it looks too similar to a normal link, you know? Alright, I think the minute is up. And it was a draw. So, I'm afraid I do get the casting vote here. It's a bit of a dictatorship, you know. I'm going to go with option 3. And it's ahoy to day 3 mon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'm going to go with option 3. I am respecting the will of the vote, you know. And that's how it's going to go. So we'll have a wee button here that you can click on. Now, can we make this button look any better? Well, I tell you what we'll do. Right, at the moment I've got it doing this nonsense and it's using JavaScript. So what we are gonna do okay, I'm happy to make the font weight bold. Kinda happy to do that. So you can see that it has indeed just made this go bold here. Alright, now back to the JavaScript. I'm going to take this out. So now we just get this. We'll head back to the CSS. And I'll take out that hover thing. Alright, so now it looks as if a whole lot of nothing is happening. Now, so this is a situation where the function does not exist. So if I do something like that, you'll see that it just makes it go bold. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build a little more info button. So we'll say, actually I have a shortcut. These shortcuts are great. Okay, so the inner HTML is going to be an icon with a class of FA info circle, kind of like that. So I've just made a button there. Then I'm going to say feature ref element, append child, and we'll add that button in there. So there it's added the button in. Now the button, well, it looks pretty darn terrible, doesn't it? So let's just at least get the on click working, that would be good. So if I'm clicking the button, you miserable thing. Hold on. Alright, we need to clarify that the full feature ref URL is that. Alright, there we go. So that's looking excellent. Well, it looks terrible, but it works nicely. So now it is showtime at the Apollo. If we say feature ref, now this is a button, remember? I'm just going to make sure it works by saying opacity of 0.2. You can see the button's going nice and faint, and that is perfect. So the first thing that we'll do then is I'll say padding left. Actually, let's just do it this way. Okay, so that's given us a little bit of padding there. I'm going to do margin left. Oh, let's bring back the pixel. Alright, so that's right beside this thing. Now let's make this padding a wee bit bigger. Yeah, not too bad. Now I'm going to make the font size bigger. So if we look for a class of FA, and just to prove that I have control, see how I changed the colour to red? But we're going to just say font size 1.3M. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Kind of cool. Going back to docs.js, I'm going to make it just an ordinary button. Oh yeah, that's starting to look great. Alright, let's be a wee bit more precise with the padding. So I'm going to say top is 3, bottom is 1. So it's like top, right, bottom, left. I always have to think about that. So this one here, that's about right. Yeah, I like it. I like it a whole lot. I'd have to say I think it's quite good. Now, I do wonder if I can just get the size a little bit perfect. Okay, I think that's it. There you go. So that's how it's going to go. I can see a wee JavaScript error. Let's see what it doesn't like. That's fine. I think that's excellent. I really, really like it. So, how do we like that, folks? Oh, hang on. I changed the button to just the circle and invert the colours. A blue circle and a white eye. Okay, let me think. I bet you never thought you'd be doing this with your life, eh? Now, I did add in a class of alt. Why is it not behaving? Oh, hang on. It's not here. It's button, set attribute, class, alt. So that's that. And then you would say that the color is that. Yeah, that looks pretty good as well. That looks pretty good as well. I'm not going to deny it. I think it looks pretty darn good. Right, let's have a vote, shall we? Let's have a vote. So, okay, we are going to have a wee vote here. So, if we go like that, alt, color, okay. So that's the alt one. But the other one is like that. So here's what I'm going to do. Okay, if ref name does not equal URL title, then we'll make it alt. So I'm going to put two of them side by side. Then we're going to have a wee vote, and I shall respect the will of the vote. Okay, so that's the two buttons. Option 1, option 2. Let's put it to the vote. And I shall respect that. Look at how there's hardly anybody here. I mean, you're basically writing this whole thing yourself. So let's put it to the vote and we'll see what you folks think, okay? Start poll. Which info button is best? Option 1 or option 2? I shall respect the will of the vote, that's for sure. So I'm putting it to you folks right now. There it is. You may vote now. And there's our two options right on the screen there. So you can hover. I haven't got the hover working for the second one yet, but I'll have it working. It'll go a little bit darker. So the idea is you'll click on them and you'll be able to get information about the different things. It's a beautiful feature of the docs. I really, really like it. But we're asking which of these you like best. Option 1 or option 2? Give me 1 minute. All right, I was just getting a little coffee there. Let's see what you think. Let's see what you think. All right, we have a unanimous landslide vote, and I can see that YouTube is having to take a few zeros off of the numbers here. There's so many people watching this, and thank you very much indeed. I love a unanimous poll. Congratulations, D3Mon. Your decision is hereby approved. We love you, man. We certainly do. All right, so let's get that happening then. So we're going to have the thing adding on a class of alt onto that button, and it's going to look just beautiful. So here we go, and just look at this. We'll get a little hover effect in here just because we can. So over to the CSS, Okay, and I'm going to say, I don't even know if I need to say color primary, do I? Oh, I do. I do. Right, okay. So we'll go like that, and then that's excellent. So we're saying that if we hover, oh, that was a happy accident. Oh, geez. I didn't think that. I mean, I was just testing it. Holy moly. Ah, I suppose I should just be boring and do the predictable thing. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, folks, that is fantastic. Well done, all of you. I think that this is going to be an outstanding, really, really outstanding feature. And I'm going to give you just a quick reminder of how it's going to work, and then I'll move on to something easier. Maybe I'll do the breadcrumbs or something like that. And that'll be that. Now, I am going to 100% be needing help with this, and I am going to upload it shortly. I'm just curious. I hope. Thank you so much, man. I hope that you folks will really consider helping with this, because what's at stake here is everything. I mean, and there's just too much work for one person. But let me give you a reminder of how it works, okay? Now, hold on. I had added in a thing called fake link. We don't need it anymore. I'm going to take it out. We definitely don't need that. Docs index alt. And that's in the junk folder. All right, that's cool. Okay, so let's just okay. Okay, so here's how it works, right? Patronizing demo. Suppose you're going to say something like, I don't know, this section uh, outlines I don't know, how to use blah blah. And then you just say span, feature ref, view, and that's it. Method. Simple as that. That's all you have to do. And if I save and refresh, you can see it says this section shows you how to use the view method. Now here nothing's happening because I haven't built the thing into the comprehensive reference guide. I've not built this particular one. But if this had been one of the ones that is in the feature guide, so we've got make that, and we've got truncate string, truncate words, and all of that stuff. So you might want to also check out so we say span, and it's feature ref, and then you just say the name of it, truncate words function. and check it out. See how it's given us a little eye here? Click it and it does that. So this page, oh, geez, this is going to make life so much easier. I know that I need to add an auto scroll or overflow auto into this. I get it. But this is going to really, really make the difference. I can tell. It's going to be fantastic. So that's how the docs are going to work. And I'm loving it. I really, really hope. Thank you so much, Southwick RK, the first info button. Well, looks good. Okay, well, where were you when we needed you? We did have a poll there. I don't think your vote would have changed the result, mind you. I think they all look great. But now I'm going to just refine this. That's the difficult stuff done, and the rest of the stuff for this live stream is going to be easy. I have a question, folks. Are you going to help me out with this? If I do a nice tutorial, if I upload everything to GitHub and I show you everything you need to know, will you help me out with this? Because I want to have every single thing referenced like this. I think it's going to really, really help the documentation, you know? What do you reckon? Or am I on my own? Well, I tell you what, I'll struggle through this the next hour or so and do as much as I can to make it nice. I'll wrap it up and then upload it. And we'll see how you're feeling by the end of this. But I'm really hoping that I can get some help with this stuff because it's just, it's a whole lot of work, you know? And I don't want it to be the David Connolly Roadshow. One of the reasons, by the way, is that sitting right? Am I losing my mind? Can I just zoom into that? This is what Watches has done for me. I can see that that's aligned slightly to the right. This is the kind of shit that you notice when you like watches. So let's just see if we can do something with that. I'll change that to 7. Holy moly. It's kind of weird, isn't it? But we actually, just because of the way that the icon's been drawn, oh, this is going to drive me crazy. Right, let's go with 7, 6. Hold on. Yeah, that's cool. So if we had said that both of them are 6, watch how it's a little bit off. Do you see that? It's not centered. So we have to do it like that. It might also be a bit high up, but I don't mind that. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Yes, I do take life a little bit too seriously. But now it's all just bells and whistles. And then, like I say, I'm going to upload something and it's over to you. Now, the next thing I want to do is I've got 2 ways of closing this window. I've got the little thing here, and I've also got a close window button downstairs. But I want another way of closing it. And the other way is going to be pressing the escape key. So I'm hitting escape. Not much happening. So let's see if we can do something about that. So Right, I've almost got it here. Um, I'm going to just ask the employee of the month. Can you show me how to some JavaScript that listens for the escape key being pressed? When pressed, we should have a console log that says ahoy. Ouch. That's what I get for not adding in a question mark. I have to tell you, the employee of the month has been really great recently. All right. So I'm going to comment this out. And I'm going to console.log. Okay. There it is. So now we'll paste in the employee of the month suggestion and hit escape. And as you can see, it says ahoy, and that is fantastic. This attempt thing here, I want to see why this never worked. It's bothering me. I think that's just poorly written, actually. Yeah, that is. It's just poorly written. So that's the way it's going to go. Now, just so you know, before I go too heavy, all we're doing is we're calling close modal. That's the vibe. So we're simply going to say close modal. So now when I hit this and I'm going to press the escape key, it disappears. There you go. Really cool, isn't it? The other way, of course, is to hit one of them. All right. Now that little change there probably deserves to be added onto the framework. So here is the Trongate framework. I'm going to go to public JS app.js. All right, well, we've got it. We've got it. Okay, good. No problem with the framework. Okay, so we've now got that closing, and that is beautiful. The next thing I'm going to do, I know that I need to add in an overflow thing here so it doesn't go off the page like this, and so that it's scrollable. I think I'll do that right about now. So back into the Trongate docs. Okay. So I'm going to go to docs.css, and let's just make sure that we have a gig I'll just say modal body, background color red. Okay, and hit. And by the way, here's a little trick. If I go to Docs template and then I'll add in a set timeout, I'll wait like half a second. And then after half a second, I'm going to say const feature ref element is document query selector feature ref, and then I'm just going to say feature ref element dot click. So, oh geez. Oh, it's the button. Okay. So it's the button. So that would be query selector feature ref button. There you go. Perfect. So it's just going to save me from fishing around and looking for the thing, you know. As soon as the page loads, there we go. So let's figure out the vibe. I'm going to go to this modal body and I'm going to say maximum height is, let's just do something crazy like 50% of the viewport height. Okay, let's also add in overflow auto. So now we've got a little scroller here. And let's get the perfect value. So clearly we can't do 100. 90 is kind of good. 90 is kind of good. Let's see. Aye, that's it. That's the one. Very nice, very nice. So take out this background colour. And as simple as that, we've now got our thing completely scrollable. And you can hit close. You can hit this little beauty here. Or you can press escape. All of those are going to do the job. Isn't that fantastic? All right, we're making good progress here, folks. We're certainly making good progress here. And I do think that this is going to be an excellent thing for the documentation. It's going to make life so much easier. All right, so what now? What now? Well, I think our little info things are looking good. Our previous nets are looking good. The next thing I'm going to do is, well, I'll take a commit because this has been pretty cool. So Trongate docs, let's just say nice info buttons now automatically appearing for elements with a class of feature ref. All right, now I'm going to send it all up to the sky shortly, but not right now. Let's just keep working. The next thing that I'd like to do is get the breadcrumbs working. Now I had the breadcrumbs working with JavaScript a few days ago, but I decided that that was a bit too complicated. Nevertheless, the JavaScript was good. So I'm going to copy this, head over to the employee of the month, and I'm going to say, can you show me an example of the kind of HTML that would be produced by the following JavaScript code in normal usage conditions? One of the things, we're all on our own little web development journeys, right? And in case you're wondering where I am, I'm trying to move away from JavaScript because it slows you down. I'm really trying to move away from JavaScript. That's my vibe. Anyway, that's pretty cool, right? It has given us a little indication of how these breadcrumb things are going to work. So now I'm going to open up the index thing here. Here it is. Okay. Let me just go to docs templates. So we'll have previous next buttons. Then underneath those we'll have breadcrumbs. So I'm going to just say include docs breadcrumbs. This is not using a PHP framework. This is just pure out of the box, slightly miserable and very amateurish PHP. So I'm happy to just do this. And I'm going to say this new folder, docs, breadcrumbs.php. Ouch, I never meant that. It's not a new folder, it's a new file. Delete. Alright, here we go again. Docs, breadcrumbs.php. So I'll paste in this, have a little refresh, and now you can see what we're aiming for here. I've got the CSS and everything working. And I think this is going to be excellent. Okay. So let's build the breadcrumbs. I think that this should work by means of a breadcrumbs array. So if I go to the index page here, this is our main entry point, and it's trying its best to figure out all of the stuff that we need, you know. .html. Give me a wee moment. I think I just noticed a mistake. Okay. Let me echo view file path, a little die statement, docs chapter intro.php. Alright, that's fine. There is no mistake. It's good. Okay. Right, moving on to these breadcrumbs here. The way that I think I'm going to make it work is I'm going to build up an array of breadcrumbs. And that array of breadcrumbs is going to be based on the current URL in the table of contents. So let's just say data breadcrumbs array is, I'm going to call upon the docs class here. So there is a docs class. I don't think it mentions breadcrumbs anywhere. It does not. So I'm going to say public build breadcrumbs array. So it's just an array of the different segments that make up the thing. Now, if we just say something like const breadcrumbs array, I'll make it an empty array just for now, and then return the breadcrumbs array. That's basically how this is going to work, you know. But we are going to pass in oh, this is PHP. Right, let's do it like that. And this is going to accept a table of contents. I got my JavaScript mixed up with my PHP there. So the breadcrumbs array, again, I'll just make it an empty array. I'm going to return the breadcrumbs array. There you go. All right. So build breadcrumbs array. Table of contents. And then I'm just going to JSON data breadcrumbs array. I've done something stupid. Undefined method build breadcrumbs array. But it is defined. Ah, do you know what? I'm in the wrong darn file. That's right. I'm an idiot. It's this one. Hello. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? All right. A wee bit better than yesterday. You know, it was a bit slow yesterday. But I'm doing okay. How's things with you? Magic. Okay, I'll see you at 8 o'clock then. Alright. Cheerio. Okay, bye. Alright. So, yeah. That was me just planning my weekend. Guess what I've got planned for the weekend? Ulysses is here. How you doing, Ulysses? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Welcome. Yeah, guess what my plans for the weekend are? Have a guess. What do you reckon? Dressed like this. Oh, are we on? Right, okay. So what do you think, folks? Do I look with my incredible pocket watch and everything? Maybe I'll even wear the most obnoxious watch in the universe. So what does a guy do dressed like this on a Saturday night? Anyone? The answer is tonight. It's because it's Saturday, and I do like to do something special on a Saturday. I'm gonna be walking around the pond. Ding, 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 ding. That's right. I'm gonna be walking around the pond. Walking around the pond at the local park. I'll meet with my lady Wonder Wench, and we'll walk around the pond, and we'll say, wasn't that a fine night? And then I'll say, see you later, and then I'll come back here and work. That's my weekend. Thank heavens ponds are free of charge. Now you may think I'm being tight. I'm not being tight. It's just that I've currently got 380. I think I've got 379 pounds in the bank. That's it. That's my net worth. 379. And there's an electricity bill due to come out any minute now, and those people love charging around about £300 a watt. So if I think about it too much, I'm going to get kind of depressed. But the upshot of it is, I always say that, you know, I've never claimed to be a marvel of modern day science or anything like that. But what I've done with this framework, nobody's going to do this again. You know, this was 4 years of my life, and it has been financially devastating. I don't care who you are listening. I don't care if Charles himself, the King of England, is listening. You take 4 years of your hand just off the wheel doing an open source project, and I'm telling you, man, before long the wolves are going to be at the door, you know. So that's it. But the funny thing is, I've become a grand master at being poor. I'm really good at it. And it's great because I have no addictions or anything. I don't smoke, I don't drink. And you would be amazed by how good you can sort of improvise, you know. Anyway, that's a little snapshot of my life, and now you know. Now you know. All right. So, and by the way, on the private members area, I have this little section, the philosophy of DC. It's very arrogant, you know. And every now and again I do these little videos with what I'm calling golden nuggets. I stole that phrase from Kevin Trudeau. And it's just little things that I've observed and picked up. And one of the philosophy of DC's video that I've put out is on the subject of wealth and talking about wealth. And I'm quite clear about how I feel about this, and I'll give you a little sneak preview of my vibe for those who are not members. You have to be careful when it comes to talking about your wealth. Your wealth. I hope my accent's not throwing you. I've recently started to get into watches, as some of you know, just out of nowhere. It just occurred to me that I like watches. And I think I feel as if I'm alone in this world, because I'm not wearing watches to show off and stuff. I mean, look, this is one of my favourites. It cost £1.50, you know. This one here, have a look at this little I'm surrounded by watches. How much do you think this cost? Shout a number at the screen. That's right, it costs £3. This, £3 from AliExpress. And what I've noticed in the watch community is that on YouTube there's a lot of people who flex wealth, and they have these incredibly fancy watches, Rolexes and all of that, you know. And what's the other one? Audemars Piguet, even the names, Patek Philippe. They've got all of these incredibly fancy, and I presume if they're genuine, expensive watches, and they flex wealth. But the funny thing is, all of them, at least that I've looked at, when you look at the videos and you check out their lives and you start to build up a picture, they are all, how can I put this? Well, I'm just going to say the least offensive word that I can say. Financially normal. They're just ordinary people. They're not rich. They're not, you know, driving about in gold-plated Rolls Royces or anything. As a matter of fact, if I'm being entirely honest, I think that a lot of watch enthusiasts are guys who have low sexual market value, and a lot of them are single, and they'll openly talk about going to see hookers and stuff like that, you know. One of them even said to me something about hookers. They asked a question, have you been to a hooker, or did you see one or something? Or I think it said something along the lines of, oh, they're really impressed with this, whatever. And I almost said, you know what? I have to ask a question. Do these hookers, do they pay me, or am I supposed to pay them? Because it's just to state the obvious. I'm not going to go off on the whole morally bankrupt thing with that type of stuff. However, you do realise that your self-esteem is a very, very precious thing, and you have to protect your self-esteem. And looking at the watch community, when I see people flexing, like doing this, that watch costs more than your car. I think that one cost like peanuts, I'm going to say. It's just a little Chinese thing, right? I like it because it tells me the day. Look at the top of it. See? And I need this feature because I sometimes forget what day it is. It's very useful, right? But you get a lot of watch channels and watch enthusiasts on YouTube that will flash these things, and it's a real deal. But I'm no psychologist. Nevertheless, I'm absolutely convinced that their self-esteem is rock bottom. And I think that there's different, because I'm not going to talk about watches, but I think that there's three categories of watch enthusiasts. I think there's watch enthusiasts who are trying to flex wealth, and I honestly believe that they're doing that because they think that it's going to give them higher, what's the phrase, socio-economic status, is that the phrase? They think it's going to help them to get laid, basically, that category. The next category is the category who get really fancy watches and stuff like that because they think it will create maybe job opportunities. Now, I can understand that because I've had, at least I can think of one client where the whole darn workplace were wearing Rolexes and that was the done thing, and you know, they cared about stuff like that, right? So I can kind of understand that category. And the third category of watch enthusiast is the type that just appreciates the history and the design. And they do have an eye for things like artwork and stuff like that. And I think the guy from the Urban Gentry channel, by the way, who uses the initials T, I have to say it in French, TGV. I have to say it like that because that's his initials. So TGV. I happen to have spent a bit of time in France, and the train is called the TGV. I can't get that out of my mind. But anyway, that guy, he has a very good channel called the Urban Gentry, and he talks about the history and the different designs and all of that stuff, and it's excellent content. So that's the three categories of watch enthusiast. I do not belong to any of those categories, because any of those three categories, because I don't think that I'm not out here wearing nice watches trying to get laid. I'm not hanging about a boardroom or something like that. Do you see them here? No, neither do I. And as for the design and all of that stuff, well, I appreciate design, but not enough to go out spending tens of thousands on a watch. The reason why I happen to like watches, by the way, and this is the moment where some of you it's going to go right over your head, and some of you are going to go, holy moly, I need to get into watches when I say this. But I'm into watches for the same reason that Darth Vader is into red lightsabers. You see, we live in an age where you don't get too much of an opportunity to express yourself. I mean, some people try. They'll get tattoos, maybe nose rings and strange piercings, interesting haircuts. They'll dye their hair purple and all that. You can see that everywhere, right? But of course, far from being a statement of individuality, it's a statement of conformity and probably an indicator of low IQ. Definitely an indicator of political affiliation, as far as I'm concerned. So for the rest of us, what's left? Well, you can dress like me. I'm kind of smart, right? But, you know, if I just go, like, if I take this off and this, I'm now just a telesales guy. You know what I mean? So there has to be something that sort of says, this is who I am, and this is the essence that I am bringing to the table today. Now, if you look at our modern day mythology, Dirty Harry has got his Magnum 44. Darth Vader has got his red lightsaber. Harry Potter, his little magic wand. They all have these sort of props that signify who they are. He-Man here has the sword of power, right? But in this day and age, we're not able to wander around with swords and lightsabers and stuff like that, thank heavens. So what you're going to have that's going to represent your essence, not a big obnoxious t-shirt or crazy hair, things through your nose and all of that, but something that's almost like a secret code. Other people might not even see it. You don't even know if I'm wearing a pocket watch or not, or if this chain leads nowhere. You don't even know if I'm wearing a watch if I sit like this. But I know it's here. And the thing about a watch is, it can serve the same purpose as the red lightsaber or the green lightsaber, the sword of power, the magic wand, or the Magnum 44, or whatever you care to mention. Because a watch, I believe, can be an intensifier of your vibe. An intensifier of your vibe. And the vibe that you bring to the table every day might change. Do you know what I mean? So if you think about today, I'm wearing this thing. Now, this would have cost about 100 quid. It's not that expensive, right? I got it as a gift, actually. But look at it. Right? It's a Citizen. Nobody's blown away by this. Nobody's blown away. The date actually looks a little bit squint there. The day. I'm going to have to look at that. I think it's currently flipping over is what it is. Let me just fix that. All right. So this little thing here is actually quite small. Compare it to this. See the difference? It's and this was picked up at somebody got me this as a gift, picked up from a what do you call it? Somebody picked this up from a antiques fair, and this is as genuine as a Nigerian Lamborghini. So we'll make that disclaimer. But the point about this one is, it's very small. It's extremely humble. It tells me the day, tells me the time, and it tells me the date. And it's really not flashy at all. I mean, it's really not. Nobody's bowled over by this. But what it brings to the table is a kind of honesty. I'm going to be working till about 2 in the morning today. So I've got another 12 hours and a bit to go. I'll have a wee break, at 7 or 8 o'clock. But I'm basically doing 15-hour days here. And there's kind of an honesty to that, Maybe there's a stupidity as well, but there's an honesty. It's like being in the trenches. And so when I look at a watch like this, you may not see it, but I'm like, okay, we're in the trenches. This is not time. This is not the time to be dancing to Yaz and the plastic population. Do you see what I'm saying? So, that's the thing. I seem to be the only guy in the world who thinks like this, as far as that stuff goes. Which brings me back to the broader topic of wealth. I don't want to be the guy who says, I've earned fortunes or something like that. I've already told you my net worth. £379 I've got in the bank right now. As long as that electricity company doesn't make a move, I'm waiting on it. That could take me to zero. But it's just a fact. I have been the guy who charges £1,000 plus VAT, 20% for SEO keywords. So you'd say, the company would say it's an insurance company, we want to be page 1 for this, that, and they would say the phrases. And at the end of the month, you would search for the different phrases, and every time their site appears on page 1 for one of those phrases, it's another 1,000. This was the most I've ever earned. And none of it mattered. In fact, I must be a real loser, because with that particular gig that I had, I ended up, I just said, look, the deal's off. After about I don't know. I must have milked that one for about a year or something. Maybe, I don't know. It's a long time ago. But eventually I just thought, I can't do this, because it just felt like daylight robbery. And in any event, none of it changes me as a person. None of it should change you as a person. I might be a little bit financially challenged right now. I'm in a little crappy flat, 1 bedroom in Glasgow. It's 100 years old, this building. And the lights don't work and the plumbing's knackered. I mean, it's awful. I'm doing dishes in the bathtub. But the thing is, I'm okay with it, because it's a temporary thing, and probably by the end of the month even, I'll be absolutely cool as can be. And I think that the thing with, when it comes to talking about wealth on YouTube, you don't want to be at the extreme end of the spectrum of, oh, look at how wealthy I am. I've certainly seen this in the watch community, and they always get found out. They always get found out. I haven't found an exception to that rule yet. Maybe one exists, but I haven't found one. But on the other hand, you don't want to do what I've just done and be like, oh man, look at how much I've got in the bank account. Oh, I'm so poverty stricken. You know, the kind of Yorkshire man from Monty Python routine. You don't want to do that either. When it comes to discussing wealth, the ideal place is sort of somewhere in the middle, but generally try not to talk about it. Try not to talk about it. I only mention it because I dress a certain way, and I don't want people to get the wrong impression or something. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, that concludes my waffle for the day. And thank you very much indeed. Look at that. I have likes and everything. Okay, shall we continue with a little bit of this coding madness? Yes, we shall. All right. Okay, so we are talking about how to build breadcrumbs, and what I was suggesting is that we'll make a little function, and this function is going to accept a table of contents, and then from that table of contents it's going to figure out what the breadcrumbs should say, if anything, right? Now let me do a little JSON on the table of contents just to see what we've got, and there it is right there. So we've got that, and what else can we add? Let me think here. Maybe let me look at these view files. So I'll pass this in. So this is now just looking at docs contents, and I'm going to say view files is that, and then that. Alright, so I've got a whole bunch of view files here. Now these view files have got a page URL value. So if I say view files 0 page URL, you can see that we've got a page URL here. Okay, so what can we say about this? Well, table of contents is docs contents, table of contents. I'm going to JSON the table of contents through. Okay, so what have we got here? These all represent chapters, and you can see that we've got this directory path here for each and every chapter. That's interesting, right? You can also see that we've got a directory name. And we've got some page URLs. I'm legitimately trying to work this out. Okay. Let me look at the view files again. Okay. So right, I'll start off by initializing a breadcrumbs array. Then I'm going to get the what I'm calling the assumed page URL. This is where we just remove any forward slashes. It just gives us something to work with. So if I echo the assumed page URL, there it is right there. Alright. So now I'm going to say, is the assumed page URL inside the known view files? So we're going to say, for each view files, as view key is assigned to view value. Now we're going to say if value page URL is equivalent to assumed URL. Bingo! Alright. So let's just say matched URL is emptiness. Matched URL is that, and then I'm going to say break. So at this point we should have this var dump matched URL thing doing its thing for us. And just to prove that this is working, if we have an assumed URL that is something that doesn't exist, say like this, well, now you can see that our matched URL is just an empty string. So we're now going to say if matched URL is an empty string, then we're going to return our breadcrumbs array. And that's the end of this thing. That's it, done its job, you know. But if, on the other hand, we have a matched URL, that means that we must be looking at a page that is inside the chapters here, you know. So that's what that means. So let's say reduced URL is string replace base URL with emptiness, and I'm going to do that to the assumed page URL. Then I'm going to say URL segments is explode. I'm looking for forward slashes. Upon that, and then I'm going to say JSON URL segments. Okay, so in the case of the thing that we're looking at, we've got views and then understanding view files. It's looking at the URL and it's breaking the URL up into different segments. Now, I'm going to var dump this value. I think it's an array. Aye. So let's just say alright, let's do this. Matched URL object is an object of this value. Alright, so if we var dump matched URL object with alright, I'm going to do something a bit more robust. Let's just say that, and then let's just say if not is set matched URL object, then we return the breadcrumbs array. Perfect. But if we do have a matched URL, I'm going to just do an else for clarity here. No, I won't do an else for clarity. We'll just do that. Okay. So what have we got then? Cool. So you can see we've got our view file path here, and right, one moment. If we JSON the table of contents again, Okay. So the view, well, right, we've got a thing called by the name of view file path, and I'm going to remove the last segment here, okay? So the view file path is that. That's our view file path, and I'm going to say chapter path, chapter dir path is going to be this, remove last segment. So now I'm going to echo chapter dir path. Perfect. So now we know where this thing, where the chapter resides here. And as a reminder, our table of contents here has got a dir path, you know. So we are now going to say for each table of contents, I'm going to say dir path okay, so there we go. So again, I'm going to say if the dir path is equivalent to the chapter dir path, then again I'll just echo bingo. Now, why did that not work? Oh, right, okay. It looks like jeez, oh. Let me echo view file path. Perfect. That's the mistake. Oh, why the heck's remove last segment returning that? I think there might be a problem with that. Oh, I see. Okay. Can you improve? Okay, one moment. The following PHP function removes the last segment from a page URL. Can you improve this function? Actually, I'll do it myself. Alright, so I'm going to say if string position of page URL contains that. So if that does not equal false, then I'm going to say add base URL is true, or contains base URL, or requires base URL. Otherwise, it's false. Now, okay, so we'll go like that. And if this is not the case, we'll just say that the path equals the page URL. Nice and easy, right? Then we're going to say if requires base URL is true, then we return this. Otherwise, we return that. So here we go. And that's perfect. Okay, a little tweak was all it took. A little tweak was all it took. So moving back here, we've now clarified okay, so here we've got our view file path. There it is, it's the complete view file path. And well, that's a bit interesting. It's removing a forward slash, a trailing, a leading forward slash. So let me just do this. So that would be the chapter dir path is that. And you can see that we've lost this forward slash, which is a bit mad. Let me echo view file path again with a die statement. Okay, so something about remove last segment. Okay, how do we get the first character of a string in PHP? I have to check stuff like this because I'm not bragging, but I do juggle between JavaScript and PHP quite a lot and I get mixed up, so I'm just want to be sure. I think it's substring 10 or something like that, or 01, there you go. Okay. So here, now that first character is doing that. Okay. Okay, so string start is if the first character is a /, then it's that, otherwise it's emptiness. All right. So now we've got this thing behaving perfectly. So what do we do? What do we do? Well, what we're trying to do is match a chapter. So we're trying to figure out what chapter does this thing belong to, you know? And here we are, having figured out what chapter this is. And I am now going to JSON this chapter value. And so from here you can see we've got things like a dir label. See that? So we can say chapter name, okay, so there's our chapter name. The next thing I want to do is I'm going to remove the last segment. So the chapter intro page is going to be as this remove last segment from assumed page URL. All right. So what now? Well, we're going to say row data label is chapter name, row data page URL is that. Then we're going to say breadcrumbs array, and we're going to add on the row data. Perfect. Now let's make the breadcrumbs array a little bit more interesting. I'll say row data label is home, row data page URL is base URL, and then breadcrumbs array adding on the row data. Okay, so we've now got home basic concept. So the final part of these breadcrumbs array, or the breadcrumbs array rather, is going to be right here. We're going to add in the assumed page URL. No, we're not. No, we're not. Right, let me JSON this value. Current page label. I'll make it an empty string. So at this point here, we'll say that the page URL is empty. And I'll say that the label is whatever. So there's our breadcrumbs now starting to take shape. Home, basic concepts, whatever. Of course, instead of saying whatever, we can do a whole lot better than that. So let's figure out, well, I'll just say chapter pages is chapter value files, and if we JSON chapter pages, we get this. So now I'm going to say chapter pages right, these are the pages of the chapter. Now each of these chapter pages has got a label. So let's have the current page label as current page. But then we're going to say for each chapter pages as chapter page. Well, do you see how we've got a page URL? So if chapter page URL is equivalent to assumed page URL, then the current page label equals chapter page label. So now we're just going to say that, and that's it. That's our breadcrumbs, and it was a lot of work, but this is a bullet. I think I'm making this far too complicated, by the way, but, well, it'll do me, you know. Now, I'm going to echo count breadcrumbs array. It says 3. Now here, let's imagine we've got an assumed page URL of blah. We know that that does not exist. So it's given us just this one breadcrumbs array thing. So let's just return an empty array. So what we are saying here is page not found within view files array. So we just return an empty array. We're not going to have any breadcrumbs in that instance. As we go along here, right, I'm going to break this. So it's saying 1. So I'm just going to say if breadcrumbs, oh geez, if count breadcrumbs array is 1. So again, I'm just going to return an empty array. Otherwise, we'll return the breadcrumbs array. Alright, it's not perfect, but it should be functional. Okay, so we've now got a little function here for returning the breadcrumbs array, and once again, I don't think that this is by any means a perfect thing, you know. Nevertheless, with this now being done, we can go into docs template. You can see that that's including docs breadcrumbs. So right here, I'm going to say if count breadcrumbs array is greater than 0. Perfect. Okay, so if it's greater than 0, I shouldn't have even added that home thing in. That was a bit stupid, wasn't it? But you know what? I came this far, so I might as well just keep on going. Alright. So I'll just say for each breadcrumbs array as breadcrumb link. So I'm going to echo a little div, another little div, then we're going to have anchor page URL, label. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So that gives us this. Let's have a little breadcrumb key. So if we echo the breadcrumb key, we get 0, 2, or 0, 1, 2, right? So the idea here is if the breadcrumb key does not equal 0, then we're going to echo one of these little beauties. And I think that's it. It's not too bad, but for some reason the spacing is garbage. Alright, so let me have a little reminder of what I'm trying to build here. So a div, oh, I've got you. There we go. And then here I'm going to say if breadcrumb key does not equal. So if it does not equal what? Count breadcrumbs minus 1. Then we do that. Oh, it's count breadcrumbs array minus 1. Alright, here we go. So if it does not equal that, we give it a little link. But if it does equal that, we just go straight into the label here. And there it is. Flippin' heck, man, what a gig. So basic concepts, there's our intro page, there's our breadcrumbs, here comes our home, and that's it. That was ridiculously difficult, and it should have been easier, but at least I got it. Hello, wee Coco. Hello, my wee friend. Right, I think I must be getting tired because that was more difficult than it should have been. Anyway, none of this is following best practices or anything. But I hope you'll forgive me for that because it's just for the docs. It's kind of a one-off and I just want this thing to be functional, you know. So, there is our basic navigation. I think it's looking excellent. I think it's really looking excellent. Look at that. Breadcrumbs and everything. CSS needs a wee bit of work, but it's acceptable for now, you know. And then, of course, we've built our little info things. They're going to be excellent. They're going to really help people to see how these things all work, you know. So not a bad little bit of coding, you know, all things considered. Right. Mark Lawrence Mejo is here. Ahoy to you. Do you read comments? Of course I do. Comments are the reason why we have such a thriving community here, you know. All right. Anyway, welcome to you. Welcome to you. Long have I been here? 3 hours. Okay, there's one more thing I'd really like to do before finishing this live stream, and that is to get these pages working. The comprehensive reference guide, you know. I think that would be kind of cool, and maybe to get the table of contents here working as well, so that we can see these things, you know. So that's what I'm going to do. That will be my last thing of the day, and what a roaring success story of a day it shall be. By the way, I don't think we should have breadcrumbs on the introduction here. So, how do we fix that? I think, do you see how we've got this found matching chapter thing here? And it's got a chapter key. I'm going to echo the chapter key. It should say 0. It does. So I'm just going to say if chapter key is 0, then we'll return empty breadcrumbs. That's a far better way of doing it than checking to see if the first segment equals introduction, because you could change the first segment. Maybe the first chapter will be something else in the future, you know. So that's kind of cool, and that means that we get breadcrumbs everywhere else. On the normal chapter pages, that is. So that's looking good. I'm liking it a whole lot. Okay, so let's get the comprehensive reference guide working. I should probably take a commit. Okay. So, here's our comprehensive reference guide, and I'm going to go to this table of contents here. So around about here, right, this is the comprehensive reference guide. And I think it's a bit overcomplicated, you know. Okay. I'm going to copy this. Oh, I need that. I need that. Alright, just in case I need the thing to come back. Now, here we are here. Alright, so we've now got this comprehensive reference guide thing. And what I think I'm going to do is start off by saying that the do you see how I've got this root URL here? I'll say that the root URL let me think here. Alright, let me JSON the chapter, see what we've got here. So this is all of our chapters here. No, it's not. It's this is the that's all of the information relating to the comprehensive reference guide. That's what it is. Now, amidst all of this stuff, okay, Is this being used? It's not. So let me go like this. Okay. So do you see the dir name here? If we say dir name is chapter, loading up dir name, I'll echo it just to make sure there's no surprises. Right, so we've got that. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the first segment is a URL title of dir name. So alright, so that is going to remove any strange characters and blah 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 blah. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say this remove. Now unfortunately it's not letting me play ball with this thing, so I can't load the class because I'm not in the class, so I'll just say remove first 4 characters from that first segment. So how do we do that? Alright. So the first 4 we look at the first segment here. Alright, so we removed the first 4 characters, 3 cheers for us. So now we're going to say let's have a little JSON on this chapter. Okay, so we've got these subdirectories, right? So I'll call this one subdirectories, and the subdirectories is chapter subdirectories, and then for each subdirectories as subdirectory Okay, that's pretty cool. So do you see how we've got this root URL here? I'm going to say that the root URL is base URL dot first segment. So now you can see that we're getting a nice URL here that pretty much is going to be used to represent our thing, you know. So what shall we do? What shall we do? Well, let's do a little JSON on the subdirectory, remind ourselves of what we're working with here. And you can see that we've got a thing that says class reference. So we can say subheadline is pardon me, it's sub directory dir name. Now I'm going to chuck that inside, I think, an H3. Aye, that goes inside an H3. So H3, I might as well save a line here. Okay, so that gives us these subdirectories: class reference, helpers. There might eventually be a thing called constants here, I don't know, but there's that, you know. So then we'll do a little JSON on the subdirectory like this. Okay. Okay. I'm seeing some files with page URLs and stuff. Oh geez, this is tricky, isn't it? Okay, so let's say pages is sub directories files, and if count pages is greater than 0, let's just echo pages ahoy. Maybe not. Maybe, oh gee, this is going to get outrageously complicated. Right, instead of I hate doing this. Right, subdirectories equals all right. Okay, so let's just say ref sections. Is that for each ref sections as ref section? So this would be the part where you would actually echo anchor a link somewhere with the ref section dir label. That would give us that. But of course, that looks a little bit messy. So let's go with this vibe. Now I'll figure out the page URL in a minute. But now we get this. This is starting to look quite good actually. Okay, I'm liking that. Now there's a little page counter here. So I'll just say page counter increments. There you go. Okay, so these are all still working. These are not affected by any of this stuff. It's just that if we go to the table of contents, we're going to get something like this, you know. The question is, what on earth is the page URL going to be for dealing with this stuff? That is the question of all questions. Well, let's just for the moment say that the target URL is the root URL. So that means that when we click one of these, it's taking us to this comprehensive reference guide. Now, I'm going to go back up to this level here, and I'm going to JSON subdirectory true, and just see if there's anything I can grab onto. Oh, hang on a minute. It's not dir name, it's dir label. There we go. Right, so going back up here, JSON subdirectory. I'm just looking for something that I can sort of grab onto, if you know what I mean. So all right. So what we'll do then is I'll say that the target URL is the root URL, and I'm going to join on the subdirectory dir name. All right. All right, that's kind of cool. We'll have a little forward slash there. Brilliant. So the last part of the URL is going to be the bit that says file helpers, for example. So again, I'll just say that the target URL also equals, so it's a little forward slash, and then I'm joining on ref section dir name. Oh, maybe not. I'll say that it's that, and that equals the target URL, joining on all of that stuff. So file there, it is right there. That's good. Now, I would like to I'd like to turn these URLs into something that looks kind of nice. So let's just say let's just add a little URL title onto this. Good. And then I'll also add a little URL title onto this. That's perfect. Okay, so I've now constructed these URLs that can hopefully be used for our class reference guide, you know. Now when I click into one of those URLs, it's going to kick me out and send me back to the home page, as you can see. And it's doing that because it's not able to find a matching URL, if you know what I mean, or match it up with a corresponding view file. So to fix that, I'm going to head into docs here, and actually we'll go to index. Okay, so you can see that in docs we've got return view file path. There it is right there, okay. So here's docs, and it's return view file path. Okay, So this is desperately trying to return a view file path. If I echo ahoy and then click into one of these, let me do it from here. No, actually, let me do it from here. So if I click into, there you go, right? So it's getting to this point here, and it's just not able to figure out what the view file path should be at this point. Because I've kind of broken the structure actually, and you can see that the view file path is an empty string. So what do we do? Well, I do have a ref dir constant available that looks like this. So I can say if the view file path is empty by this point here, then before we give up completely, okay, could this be an attempt to view a page from the reference section? So what we would do is we would say last, or ref chapter first segment. Well, the first thing that we'll do is we'll say remove first for if numeric, and we're also going to add in a little URL title to that. So that means that we've now clarified that that chapter needs the first segment to be comprehensive reference guide. Now I'm going to say if segment 1 is equivalent to that first thing, then our view file path is going to be, so now is where we so now is where we're going to say docs feature docs feature ref, I'll call it docs feature ref content. Docs feature ref content.php, that's the view file. So now and you can see it's now trying to load up docs feature ref content. So I'm going to make up this file, docs feature ref content.php, and there is the file in all of its glory. So what do we do now? Well, you can see that that thing never mind, pretend that never happened. You can see we've got access to helpers and string helpers. Now let me just check something. Good. Okay, what did it do? Here we go. We go in this way. Right, there we go. So we have to figure out what this is trying to view, basically. So let me just map out a stupid page without any codes or anything fancy. So if I had like an H1 like that, and then maybe that would be like an H2 that says class reference. And maybe an H3 that says right, does that look crazy? Okay, flip these around. My biggest problem here is that my hands are really cold. So class reference, there we go. Class reference, and then we're going to have string helpers. Whoops. Okay, so at that point, we're just going to go like this, maybe an ordered list, and each of these items is going to have a span with feature, ref, and then something like URL, title. Ahaha! So now we can do that. So then you'd maybe do a little thing like help us one moment. Okay, so the following again, I'm still trying to visualize it. Okay, so that might be the following string helper function, something like that, you know, are available. So the following string helper functions are available within the Trongate. Okay. Okay. Can you improve my intro sentence? This page will be generated automatically. So can you make it less salesy? It says include, which implies more are available. This page will be fully comprehensive. Please try again. Okay, so let's just say the Trongate framework provides the following complete list of string helper functions. So we'll do that. Now let's have a little class with a margin top. 3. No. 2. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So the way that this is going to work then is you'll go like this. Maybe you'll have like make rand str, which is a feature. And then maybe you'll have, what would the other one be? Maybe like in here you'll have truncate string, you know? Like that. Now space them out a wee bit. So let's just say ID is feature ref list. In fact, I'll do this like a professional and head into this. So I'm going to just say that feature ref list li gets that's perfect. So class reference string helpers, there we go. And then yeah, that would be that. Maybe I could add some breadcrumbs in, I don't know. I'm just trying to visualize what the darn thing should look like, you know? So maybe we get a little old bunch of breadcrumbs somewhere. Like that. And then that would say so the second bit here would say comprehensive reference guide, and the last bit would say class reference. That's what it would look like. I mean, it's all hard coded, but that would be the gist of it, you know. And they would be able to click these things, and look at how beautiful these are. And I think that that is going to be really, really great. So we're going to have a table of contents. The table of contents, you're going to be able to go to the ordinary pages for sure, like this. But you're also going to be able to view these types of pages, at which point you'll be able to click in like this, and then it's going to give you a list of all of the Trongate framework provides the following list of string helper functions. So you'll see those, and if you say, oh, what does this one do? You'll click it and it will show you exactly how it works. And then you can hit escape, and there you go. And I think this is really great. I'm loving it. And it's going to make it so much easier to finish these docs. If I go to a bit like this, when we mention a method, it uses a method named URL title. No, that was a mistake. See how that's cursors there? Nothing happens. So let's just fix that. All right. So it's the button, and that you'll be able to have that anywhere in the docs, which means that this is going to really, really help, because it means that you'll be able to just mention something like the structure of a controller, say. Well, that doesn't even mention a thing, but you get, geez, you get the idea. So something like basic view file usage. For this, see how it says loads an internal method? Okay, now it's going to say view. And when you click that, that's how it's going to work. It's just going to be great, you know. Okay, that's that. And Babylon Data Vault is here. Hello to you. Well, listen, I think that's going to do me for today. I've done my 4 hours, and it's not quite ready to upload. I'm going to do one more live stream probably tomorrow, and I'll do another 4 hours. And in that, what will be the final live stream for a while at least, when I get to that, I'm going to get these pages here working, and it's all going to be perfect and dynamic. When that's done, I'm probably, but not definitely, going to put out a video inviting people to get on board. But then again, maybe I'll just do it myself, because I know that, call me arrogant, but I know that if I do it, I'm going to do it right, you know. Getting this thing working is going to be really, really important for this. This is the crux of the whole darn thing, you know. It has to be made in such a way that you can just write and mention a function, and it automatically gives you one of these wee buttons so that people can see how the thing works, you know. So I'll get that done tomorrow. I'll do another live stream. I should be able to do that in about within 4 hours, I'll say. And that is going to be a really, really cool feature. And as a reminder, we are living in the age of integrity for the Trongate framework, you know. As I've said before, I've thoroughly enjoyed all of the, what can you say? Let's just say the handling the criticisms and kind of being in the trenches and all of that stuff, but the time has come for this framework to sort of start behaving in a slightly more mature manner. The framework does not need me going, yeah, and it doesn't need any of that stuff. I'm happy for it to be judged based on things that you can measure, like benchmarks, like character counts, like third-party dependency, stability, security, modularity. These are all things that can be measured, and I hope that that's how people are going to basically judge this framework. All right. Well, that's about me. Thanks very much. It's been kind of a quiet one today, but we had a couple of votes, and I appreciate the feedback. And I think that we made some good decisions together. Thanks especially to D3 Mon there, who helped guide us towards what I think is a very cool looking little button here. I think these are looking really nice, you know. You'll remember that we had our vote where we compared those to the other types of buttons. And we all voted, and I do respect the will of the votes, you know. Anyway, that's going to do for now. Thanks again for being here. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you soon. Bye.